Testing. Let's see. I can keep the music going without overwriting myself. Hear the music now. Testing. Test, 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 test. I think that's probably okay. There. Yep. Well, it's been a minute. A lot has changed. A lot has changed. Probably say within the last month or so, or 2 months, things have really ramped up. I've taken it upon myself over the holidays to kind of take it into this new mentality that you have to engineer the code base as much as you engineer the application that's being delivered. So, where should we start? I think we have a few people on. I appreciate you guys hopping on. It's been a minute. Let me go ahead and share screen. Take this thing off. Yeah, I think we have a screen. The question is now. Turn. Okay. No, I think we're good. I'm gonna just check on Twitch. Testing, testing. Seems like it's good over there. All right. Well, if it's failure, all good. Okay, let's see where this thing's at. That's not live. Looks like we got a screen over there. Looks like we got a screen over there. Good. I think we're good to go. So, if you've not met me personally before, my name is Ryan Eggleston. I like building AI software. My opinion is that if I can build this software as much around my personal life and the things that I find interesting, the more time I can get back in the long run. I think a lot of people feel the same way. I think that this type of technology is one of those that's not where you typically want to hand over control to somebody else. No audio. I think I have audio. I was seeing it on Twitch. Let me check on YouTube if I can hear it coming through. I definitely hear it through. Yeah, because when I turn up, let's see, hold on. I'm going to turn down the volume and then I'm going to turn it back up. Testing to. Yeah, I do believe it is working. I was turning on the audio on YouTube and turning down the microphone over on the OBS to check it. If not, check over on Twitch. Happy New Year. Hey, Happy New Year, man. Good to see you. Been a while. You know what's funny is I think the last time we had spoke, you had tried to make a PR to that old repo, and I think at that point I was kind of starting to move in a different direction with the repo, and that's actually this now. So hey, good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping in. That's this repo over here. If you want to check that one out instead, then this is pretty much what I'm working on now. I have some CLI and stuff under here, so you can check that one out as well. So, the topic of this conversation is how, with the recent developments in Claude Code, I'm sure that people have or have not heard about certain recent techniques. Name mentioning the Ralph Wiggum technique. That's kind of what I've been diving into recently, more or less different prompting styles, and then falling into this and checking it out. I've done the bash style prompt. It was okay. I like it. I just think I don't have the right settings, and so I'm just kind of defaulting to the Claude Code plugin methodology at the moment. So let's go ahead and dive right in. I want to show you at least the application really quick that I've been building, and it's an API really off of this is where that CLI that I was talking about, and then the documentation is over here at docs Ruska AI. And yeah, I mean, it's just like a productivity tool. It's my version of AI that I'm leveraging. Best way is to, can I mute a specific tab? Because I can definitely hear myself. But sorry to trio off there. All right, so let's go ahead and dive there. I have this ChatGPT like interface. I like the ability to have different designated agents for particular tasks. I haven't really gotten the chance to build out these type of agents yet, but I'm looking forward to now because the infrastructure has gotten a lot more stable. But the big thing that is not Claude Code recently, that is the other type of architecture that has been coming out, and I believe a lot of centralization is going on around, is the capability for agents to be equipped with either a real virtual environment, like a file system, or a virtual, sorry, that was a virtual operating system, meaning there's no operating system backing it, and it is a set of tools that acts like a operating system, and because it thinks it's that, it leverages them really well based on that familiarity with that previous tool in software engineering world. Really, it just means that it's the ability to point to, here's where a file is, here's the content in that file, and let's read it out as a string, which is basically just text. So I'm going to go ahead and create a file real quick, and I want to kind of talk about why this is so cool. And then I'm going to dive into the code, and then we're going to go from there, because then I think you're going to understand exactly why we're building things in the way we're building, and that gives us an opportunity to provide you some insight into why we're building these things the way that, at least I'm building these things the way that I'm building, because I'm the only one right now building it. But looking forward to anybody, if they'd like to contribute, I'd always welcome that. So feel free to hit me up if you're interested in that. So I have this context here, context MD. It's just a file in a file system, looks like a code editor. I'll pull that up in a second just to kind of give you an idea of how that looks. But we can add anything that we would like to talk about with the AI agent, and then allow it to iterate over that piece of that file, at least, with us. And this is more or less the main way things are starting to take off from the way of building AI agents and then the way of interacting with AI agents. And so there's still tool calling, but this is such a more efficient process, and it gives the agent the ability to self-improve itself, or edit itself, and self-improve itself in some ways. But that's really up to you and your skill in order to craft those individual components that make up that AI agent system. So this is Orchestra. I've been building it. It's my AI agent orchestrator. And just really looking at each individual feature and seeing where the thread pulls me to the next feature. So I want to double check to make sure Not dropping the ball. All right, cool. I don't see any chats or anything. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and show you why I've built this thing the way that I have this. So right here, you have the left side sidebar. I can choose from different threads. I can look at different information. I can go look at one that I did in the past. I was doing some research on the Claude code commands. But as you can see here, I have more or less like a code editor, and then I have a way of picking files, and then I have information that I'd like the AI agent to understand that we're talking about during a specific conversation, and not in my chat window, but in a set of files that it can iterate over. And the one benefit to this, that if you're not doing AI development, you're not paying attention to a lot of the AI blog articles, so Anthropic, code modes, where I'm kind of getting into talking about now. But all it really means is, instead of doing function call AI agents as the default now, a lot of it is shifted to where people thought there was a lot of difficulty with understanding how to get this type of architecture, but really when you boil it down, it's an AI agent with access to a real or virtual file system, and then being able to create its own script and then execute those own scripts with execution tools. And so you get a lot of power out of that. And that's why I've been building these types of things. It seems like a very interesting thing and very fun to learn about. So here's the editor in the center. This is the file editor panel. And I wanted to jump back into open sourcing this because I think this is going to be fun, as I've kind of reinvigorated myself to jumping into working on this with the latest Claude code and getting so much done and having a blast really thinking about why things should be the way they should be. So if you're interested, you can kind of follow along over here, but this component right here is going to be the file editor panel, and that's more or less where a lot of this development is going around. But I'm very excited for doing some other cool things. Like, I think the interfaces there's a lot of them that can be leveraged, and I think that's where a lot of people are going, is they're all kind of wanting to work with AI agents in these specific ways, and a lot of them have to figure out what the ways that they're most familiar with in order to figure out how they want to build AI around those familiarized interfaces. One being a Kanban board, one being an email inbox, chat being a very easy default, with ChatGPT being the default we're also real. Is there a light mode? Yes, there is a light mode. That's actually one of the things I really wanted, is because I've been working on this so long. I needed a couple different modes. So there's like this dusk mode, and there's day mode. But it's definitely good during the day when you have the windows open or something. But yeah, there is day mode, dusk mode, and night mode. Trying to keep it. The whole point was just trying to keep it easy and make sure it was like a platform that you're gonna have to sit there and look at for a while. Make sure that it can be easy on your eyes at some point, and maybe it has some things that it needs some work with, but that was kind of the whole point. Make sure there's at least 3 modes. But yeah, you have this markdown preview. Whenever there's an MD file, it'll be a preview here, and then you also have the ability to add dictation to the file. And I just recently added the ability to do inference dictation. So meaning, not only can you have it transcript what you're saying, like I'll just show right here in a second, but you can also have it generate script based on what you're saying, and that's kind of what inference mode's about. So let me just do a quick inference, and then I'm going to actually jump into the code so we can do some Claude agents. So let me do at least so I can show off. This is the one I was doing the test with when I was kind of doing my Ralph mode the other day, is, hey, I'm going to put some text in a file. I need to make sure that the agent can read it from that file in the conversation. And then I can show someone the network tab so you can see how it works. There is some things that we're going to need to clean up, but I think that the direction that we're going gets enough done to where we can kind of sculpt back to where we need to. The whole purpose of these things, these AI agents, is to send them off to try to get them 80% of the way done, and so that you can work on the last 20% and try to push that forward, and then do the same over again with something else. Okay, so let's just say to context MD. It's just an easy name for me to kind of call out. The problem with saying that, though, is that sometimes it actually doesn't get the full capitalization. And I'm using a cheaper model right now just because that's what we do in testing. And I'm going to, yeah, like I just said that, and then I almost did it again. Okay, cool. Let's pick a good model. Let's pick something like Sonnet, something in between, not Opus, but we will do Sonnet because I think it'll be fast and it'll probably not make me look dumb on a live stream. Is it via API calls? So it's all SSE. It's all server-side sent events. There is JSON response. That's kind of another default. Man, I hope the documentation's not broken. Ruska docs. Here you go. Here's the API documentation, and if you're just jumping in, the repo's over here at Orchestra, Ruska AI Orchestra, and the website's Ruska AI. You got Ruska Dev too. It's actually Ruska Dev. I'll go over the name later. I don't want to jump into that now. Names are very difficult. That's just all I can say about naming things. Especially when you start trying to learn about trademarking stuff. Alright, cool. Look, I think everybody is... Alright, nice. So dictation mode. Alright, so... The color of the sky is purple. And I think my mic... Yeah, so the issue with this is I think my mic is going to interfere with this. But I think you guys get the idea. If you want to try it, go over to the website, just register your email, and there's free. Just go ahead and try it out if you don't want to, not sure about it, or if you want to go try to test it out before you go and self-host it. Go over there. It is one Docker container and Postgres. Okay, so as you can see, the text is in the file, and then we'll just go over to the actual other chat, and this is how you end up iterating over files. It can generate text, but I wanted to show how you could redefine context before actually doing that. And I think that's actually one of the things that I am not seeing a lot of. I'm sure it's coming. I'm sure a bunch of people are probably already working on it. I'm not the first. I definitely know that. I think that this is the way that you're going to be working with a lot of these things kind of going forward. So what I'm trying to do is find the great interfaces worth working with them and then trying to optimize around them. So chat, editor, Kanban's, and that's the one that I want to do. And then the agent inbox, I know that other people are working on that, and I think that that's a very cool idea. And I think that we should definitely check out how much we can learn about working with these type of AI agents in the future by just doing that. Governance files and executor files are a must. Yes. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Like this is the ability to bring in a real file system. That's one thing, like Claude Code. Even just, I think even maybe the reverse of that is probably even more cool. Is like saying that there's no file system there at all. It just thinks that there's one, and that's pretty powerful, apparently. But yeah, as you can see, you can just create files. You have the left side bar here. You can download files. You can copy them. I think there might be one that downloads all files, so you can try to keep the file structure. But it might be broken. So I want to go ahead and just reload real quick. We'll do a quick chat. I'll do a demo of the one I usually just do tests with. You know what? I'll go to actually one of the Python programming. Okay, perfect. You said executor. So let's go here. This is actually one of the ones I was testing recently, and it's funny how even good like GPT-4.1 Mini is good at creating code and executing the code and kind of getting a response. That's the funny thing is when you get these models and you have to test on the smaller ones, sometimes it might be not the best response, but you get to figure out where one end of the range is, and then you test on Opus, and then you figure out where the other end of the range is, and you're really getting, if you have your own system that you're really revolving around, you really get to figure out where one end of the range is and what the other end of the range is when you're dealing with these foundational APIs, unless you're doing open source models. Cool. I don't know if you can hear the sound, the music. Let's do that. Probably not doing much for the sound blocking. All right, cool. But as you can see here, you have this way of like constructing your agents, and all the agents that you're constructing, they can all be sub-agents of the other agents you're constructing. And so that was kind of what you saw right there. And so I have the ability to do public agents, but I need to fix that. But yeah, let's jump into the Python agent. You can see, let's jump into a different conversation, maybe one that I actually have some output going. You see here, I ask it to generate a Fibonacci. This is more or less my test that I use for a lot of my development and see if things are working. I'll do like a dictation with voice, say, hey, generate the Fibonacci, first Fibonacci in Python with just first 20 digits, and then have it execute with the Python sandbox over here on the right side. And then sometimes I'll try to beef up the prompt to make sure it just does it all in one so I don't have to actually even ask for it. All right, so let's go ahead and dive in. Cool. Let me show you how it works. Let me just see. Generate a Python script to get first 30 of fib. And something about this is not that impressive to a lot of people. I think people that don't understand what's going on will kind of be like, oh, that is pretty cool. Another really important thing that's really gets you a lot clearer accuracy is adding in like a reflection tool to make sure you have like a reasoning step. So just throwing that in there makes things a lot better. Yeah, this is actually being added in by myself. It's not actually part of Deep Agents. I know that they have a to-dos tool, and that gets used sometimes too, but this is actually kind of quick and easy sometimes. So I also have the ability to equip a thinking tool. Let me do this. Let's go back to night mode so it's a lot easier to see. And I wanted to show kind of what tools we have under the hood and how we can leverage different types of tools like MCP and even tools like API tools. So you have like the ability to create APIs and then use them as tools in your agents. And then you can add MCP servers and you can add A2A agents here. And you can get it to pull tools from those agents so that you can test that out. And I'll show you how A2A is there. Yeah, but that's a quick demo of how the interface works. You can see that it generated Python code. Let me have it write it to a file. Write to file. So you can see that the editor will pop open. Now you can see our Python script here. And since we have the tool enabled for this agent, we can just say, okay, please execute the script and return the result. So I think it's messed up maybe on the first one, and it had to go fix its mistake, and you can see that it had to go rewrite its code. I think it redid it on the second one because it couldn't directly pull it out of the file system. But you can see in the second one that it got it correctly, and so that's actually where you kind of have to end up prompting around, because I have like a barely minimal system prompt on this thing, and that was the whole point, is just to see if it can do it with the minimal capabilities. But that's it. Let's like dive into code. You don't need to know anything more about this app. You can go check it out for yourself. Thank you for sticking around if you have. But I think now at least you know what we're looking at and what we're building. We have the ability to kind of do RAG and stuff like that. But check it out. So let's jump into Claude Code Agents because that's what anybody's here for. One thing that if you're new to development, you're vibe coding supposedly, but there's I think a lot of people before I myself kept their secret credentials in their project, like in their development environment on their computer locally. That was fine kind of before. Now that we have these AI agents working inside the code base with us, and that's kind of the new apparent thing, is you cannot do that locally anymore. If you want to be leveraging... Ooh. Hopefully nobody was hearing an ad in the background. Maybe that was one of the good pieces about the music not being heard. Yeah, well, nobody said anything. Anybody's there. But Claude Code Agents. This is where the fun gets. Going. Let me reopen this real quick. Put this, we joined every cell, and this is cursor feature. I guess this doesn't happen on that doesn't happen on VS Code, but that particular thing that I just had to do apparently happens on WSL for cursor. If you have experience that before. Well, you know what? No, let me back up. That's wrong. I've actually seen it on VS Code and consistently in another place. So I think it's just Windows and WSL in general. Okay, cool. So what do I want to do? What did I say on the stream? I said I wanted to do the Kanban, Agent Inbox, and Distro Arch all at the same time. That's going to be a pain. I don't know if we're going to get all those done, but we should be able to kick as many of those off as possible and see where they get to. And I got to stand up because this sitting down is good. Okay. Tell that we're really getting into it now. We got to stand up. We're going to be on stream. We're going to stand up. Okay. So, who has used Claude Code? Anybody in the chat, if you're new, please let me know. And it would be really cool to hear what's bringing you to watch this session. Let's talk about what we're doing and what Claude Code is. If you use ChatGPT, I'm going to give you the explanation from ChatGPT. ChatGPT is your conversation, your assistant in the browser. Claude Code has become this workhorse agent. And the more you know about how others are leveraging it for coding, the more you can understand how to leverage it for other use cases. And that's why I think it's very powerful for others to understand how to use this. And maybe by seeing how it works in a code base, you get amazed by seeing what software engineers are getting at a point in time like this. And you don't see this tool as a fear. You see this tool as something that may give you a lot of opportunity by just not even using it for code, but just using it for creating files with AI and then utilizing that in whatever your professional life is. Maybe you need to draft contracts. That would probably be the one thing for lawyers is if you could figure out if you're a lawyer and you became technical by learning how to use a code editor and a terminal, a client. Hold up. Excuse me. And a terminal, then you can probably do a lot more than a lot of other people. And so that's probably what brought you here. So let's go ahead and jump in. I have the application. I usually just run stuff 24/7 now. There's an echo. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to. I appreciate you letting me know. If so, you should mute it. Well, the problem is that I think that it's coming from OBS. Do you have it echo now? No, because I can hear myself in the headphones. Testing. No echo now? Really? But music stopped too. Yeah, and that's the caveat, I think. And you know what? That's what I was saying. Is that's just been a minute. I need to figure this stuff out again. I appreciate you letting me know though. I need to figure this stuff out. Echo again. Yeah, I turned it off. You know, I'm just have to get rid of the background audio. I can't have that. I can't have that. I can't have that kind of vibe going. I guess. That's funny. It's really hard to check it because that's what you have is I have it muted on Twitch and YouTube and then OBS, the desktop audio. Is your microphone setting to list device? You know what? That's actually a great question. You know what? I think everybody always says that you just have to. I think this is what it is. Let's check. How about now? It sounds like it's probably going to echo too. That's on my headphones. Probably didn't sound great. The default device. No echo, but weird. Yeah, yeah. Huh. Noise removal. You know what? Hold on. How about now? I did room echo remove on NVIDIA broadcasts, but I don't think that's going to fix it. Oh, you know what? I bet I remember. No, no, nope, that's what it is. NVIDIA broadcast is on the input audio. I'm gonna throw up some AI agents in the background so at least we can like have something to look at, right? Your prompt or two? At least somebody's coming in, they're like, oh, we got stuff up. No echo, but weird. That might be it. Your microphone settings, it's not let. If that even fixes that, that's only it. Do we have double echo still? Or at least single echo? I think that fixed it. It's good now. although very low. Hold on. How about now? Where is this audio from? Better? Okay. I just cranked up the audio mixer stuff. Probably is pretty good there. 0 decibels. I think they're negative. Alright, cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. Alright, let's do some stuff. Alright. So I need to kind of figure out if one thing needs to tie into the other. That's one thing that's kind of important about what I said I wanted to do. Man. So Santa Kenobi, I'm curious how as long as background music is... Yeah, and that was the other thing. Let me... How about that? That's probably better. So that's around... That makes sense too. Alright, I think that'll probably be good. I think that'll be the settings I'm never going to touch again. -40 for the desktop audio? No, you got low too? Probably because I walked away. I probably need to have... Yeah, I think we're good now. I need to make sure I speak up, probably. Okay. I'm gonna get this thing cracking. Let's pull up what the issues are that I need to look at. This is what I'm expecting to jump into on my local terminal while I set these things off. Most likely going to try to fire up some get work tree so I can kind of show how others can pass work off in these other environments. The other thing I wanted to show is that I actually just really wanted to say to make sure if you're putting your credentials in your environment, in your local dev environment anymore, don't do that. Put them somewhere else on your system, and that's kind of the best bet you're going to get. You shouldn't try to jump out of the workspace that it's in. And if it does, that's something you need to go check on. Okay. So, we want to get my to-do list up. I said I wanted to do the Kanban board, the... I'll just go. What I promised to do. The TaskIQ, the CLI improvements. The bash thing would be pretty cool. I think a lot of people would be pretty cool with that, how that works. We need to kick some stuff off, and I really think that I need the TaskIQ stuff done, because that's going to change a lot of the back-end infrastructure. Man. And I think I need that to make it a serious product, because this works, but you can't scale it. Packaging the whole worker with the API is not great. I'm back to streaming. Good to see you, man. I think we're in a new age. I really wanted to. It's fun. Like even programming back 3 or 4 months ago is completely different. If it just got quieter, I'm trying to make sure it doesn't max out my sound. It's going red barred. Alright, so... Can I pull this chat down here? Yeah, that's nice. I don't have to look up. anyways. Not many people on YouTube anyways. Let me see if I can pull this out. Pop out chat. Ooh, cool. Alright, cool. Now I don't have to go look. I mean, I could do that. That's left and right. That's not bad. Do that. Okay. So, Steven, I'm actually curious. What have you been doing lately? Have you been messing with the Claude Code stuff? I've seen you've been doing a lot of content. Good for you, man. Okay. So, if you're not familiar with the Ralph Wiggum loop, I don't think I need to know. I don't think I need to tell you much about it because I think you're probably going to learn about it after you just hear about me talking about it. There's a guy named Jeff Huntley, and he was the guy that first kind of came up with this. Anthropic copied it. They created a plugin that's this Ralph Wiggum plugin, and so that's kind of what people are building around in order to give a stop condition and have it just run and run and run until it actually finishes that thing. Not with Claude yet. After college, low key broke. I get it. Yeah, I was there. I was there at one point. So I mean, I think you should really dive into it because this is. You can use a cheap. You can use a $20 a month. You don't really even need this. I'm using it's. It's definitely worth $20. I would probably jump to using this over using ChatGPT if I had $20 to spend for it. If you want to pick one or the other, you should dive into this and just use it like ChatGPT. You can use Claude. You can just pay them $20 for their thing and just use their thing. You can go do the whole codex thing. That's fine. It works pretty much the same way. I just think that with the tools, you kind of got to stick with the ones that are kind of ahead. That's what. Yeah, if you're gonna go, if you want to do one or the other, I would try to do Claude, and try to learn a lot about like how the Claude code stuff works. Just use it in your code editor, like this, or in a terminal. Get kind of used to that. If you just learn the two tools that everybody just needs to know, you don't need to know how to code, you just need to know that it knows how to do files, and you need to know a terminal, and that can like help you with like a bunch of other tools that are coming out. If you can do those two things, you don't even need to know how to code these days. You can get a lot done. So,
my work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep
yeah, you probably hear an ad. I wanted this. Dark mode. My eyes are killing me. Okay, Claude Code. I need to do TaskIQ. The way I need to do that is I probably need to go build up some context about what we need to do. We need to go build up a plan. I have built out a set of commands that help me do that, and I allow these commands to output into a specs directory, and then I build a template, or I'm sorry, I build a spec with the AI in Cursor or with Claude in the terminal, and then I will kick it off into a Ralph loop, and I will go and do something else, and I will come back. But there are a lot of things I've been learning lately that make it better at succeeding, and one of those is just starting with a test-driven development process, and so that is what we end up working with the AI on most, is defining out our spec, our definition of done, and our TDD test cases. And what we really kind of have to specify is that we wanted to do the minimal amount of unit tests and then apply that code in order to get a working result, and then kind of like refactor it from there, because it's not going to be what you assume from the beginning, but you need to have something to work from the tests first and then kind of jump back, but don't start the opposite way. Start with the tests and then kind of get code to where it needs to be and then come back to the tests. As long as you get that set up, the Ralph loop just kind of works. It definitely gets you the 80% that you're looking for. Okay, so let's go ahead and figure. Let's go ahead and make an issue. Like, this is how we do development. We make issues. We keep things in track. If you're working on your own, you don't have to do it. I like to at least make issues. I don't put details in them. Sometimes I will, sometimes I won't. But I at least create titles and try to predefine either a bug or a feature that we're working on. This is what I want to work on later on. It's going to give me a lot of flexibility in certain ways that we construct agents. But we're going to create an issue for feature. Ooh, maybe we should just call this refactor, because this might be one of those ones that we just toss. Refactor from single container. We gotta make a title of it. Single container deployment to TaskIQ distributed worker distributed workers API with distributed workers. Probably a pretty good title. Probably pretty good title. Pretty good title. All right. Now that we have our title, that's it. We at least know we have our starting point. Okay, cool. Everybody's there. So, just kidding. So we need to create a spec, and I have a command for doing that. I need to zoom in probably so you can see some of this stuff, and we will try to just make the whole screen this, and we can get rid of this. Yeah, that looks good. Cool. So one of the newer things I started learning about, I didn't realize how you kind of nest these things, and these commands are better nested, and that's kind of how I had to learn recently. Is I have a set of git commands in git, and I'll show you. I can just do /git, and you can see that by doing them nested, it will create the delimiter that'll allow you to check out. It makes it just subcommands a lot easier. That's basically how you think that. When you have this, you have a subcommand, and you can nest these within these folders, and now I have subcommands underneath git, and it makes it really easy to organize these commands for what I need to do in my code base. And so I have things that I use and I don't really use because they take a little longer. I set these up, but when you kind of get into it and you're a developer, you can kind of just do these two things really fast. So it was kind of a waste of time to set these two up, but it was a really cool, interesting process to learn about how they would work and me writing them myself. And if you're not familiar with this stuff, you don't really even need to be. The trick to doing this is to going to their documentation, going to Anthropic, create /command Claude code best practice. That's like really what you need to type. Go there, grab the page or the link. So here's the link to their documentation. I can just grab this, or you can see this copy page button and just drop it in there as a file, and then you can use that as the input in order to create commands. And that's what I've done here, and that's why you can kind of see how this format is what it is. It's not too long. That's kind of what they're suggesting, is not make huge lengthy prompts. You kind of want to make them very codified to some extent. Like you can kind of, so these are kind of like bash scripts now. It's just passing in a string, but you can use these by doing, like, if you need one argument here, you can say topic like this. You can say like title is 2, and you can say that content is 3, and then you can do each individual argument, and it will work that way instead. But if you want to just pass arguments into the variables like that, you do that, and it basically just passes all of them in a single line. So let's go ahead and create a spec now that you know that we can create slash commands. One thing that I probably should point out so we have 4 resources really that we have been given by Claude, by Anthropic, that developers are revolving around right now. And this is the concept of agents. So agents that have sub-agents, just meaning it can call another agent as opposed to being, it is a supervisor. And then we have, so we have those agents have skills. And that is kind of the one thing that they've been revolving around now, is this concept of skills. It's actually very interesting when you get into it, is these skills can have their own script folders inside, and they can call their own functions because they're just scripts. So you can co-locate the scripts in with the description about them. And one thing that has been pretty cool about getting good context into there is just passing in, taking the time to really format your files. If you find out that your file is not formatted correctly, you should fix it. That is actually something that I've learned recently, is that you'll actually think that some of your files are good, and you'll come to find out that you'll have like an error in it, and it won't be formatted correctly. And it's not too big a deal, but it can be kind of annoying to the AI. So I think like that's outside the scope, and I think I need to fix that one. No, that looks like fine. Maybe I think these need to be indented. Like that needs to be indented, but that's what I'm talking about with the formatting. You really want to kind of go back in there and check these. So preview them and write them. And then kind of fix them over time. There's the ability to validate them too, but I've been lazy and not doing that. So there's agents, and then agents have skills, and then what you do is you have commands for making the process more efficient. And that's how like I'm thinking about it from here on in. Like, if that's the easiest way I can think about it. There is the 4th one that I did not mention, is hooks. And hooks are a little different than the first 3, because the first 3 can be defined in files just by statically adding them. Hooks are a bit more different. They're actually more, you take code to some extent, and so that would be something that you're orchestrating the system around. So if you're not building the system, you may not have the ability to kind of do these hooks per se, unless you write some type of code that triggers them. But the other 3 are very digestible if you're not a developer as well. Meaning you can just write files, you can just write agent files. Well, actually what you do is you create builder agents. So you have an agent builder, you have a skill builder, and you have a command builder. And then when you set up a repo, you just take these 3 along with you. And what you do is you just say, hey, this is the prompt you start with. Use the agent builder to generate the capability exactly. I'm sorry. Let me back up. You gotta kind of change those words. And actually, the sequence of words is really important when you're kind of kicking things off as well. And I've learned about this new technique. I mean, I think it's been around for a long time. I just learned about it recently, so it's new to me. But it gives you a great prompt first try. It's called reverse prompting, and what you really just do is you say, give me exactly this, and you kind of generate that prompt first, and then you kind of use that to kind of go as your first input. But you'll say, in this situation, I don't want to generate agents specifically for that. That's kind of where I started drifting around recently, is that you kind of just end up generating a bunch of them, and you're not going to use a bunch of them. You have a bunch of files everywhere, and that kind of starts out how a lot of this is. It's like you have to experiment, just like with code. And so you will want to essentially generate a bunch of things right off the bat, depending on what it is you're trying to achieve. With code, it's kind of just coding type tools. If you're doing marketing, you could do the same thing. If you're doing writing files for lawyers or something like that, you can do another thing. But you want to use these three builders, these three builder agents, and that's just the easiest way to interface with them if you can just keep them as agents. Use these three to start the whole task off, and then kind of continually iterate them over them, and then use hooks if you have them available in your architecture to allow it to self-improve. So at the end of your steps, you have a reflection step that essentially just goes over everything and revises it.
Running breaks your joint.
And we need to kick something off. This is probably one of the most boring streams ever. Okay. At least we'll have a clip of something. All right, where are we going to go? We need to define this thing. So let's go ahead and write our spec. Probably just need to jump into this now. Okay. Okay, because I didn't give it a argument, so that, and I actually didn't see this before, which I'm glad it did. I didn't give it an argument, and so it is now asking me questions for generating that argument into the command that I had just given it. So, what is it asking? It says, what is the issue number and short description for the feature spec so that it can generate me my template. Let me move myself to the other side because that's where Claude is. Cool. All right. Leave us there. Okay. So, I am going to give it a specific one myself. We're going to click in the terminal. We're going to go here. I'm actually going to go back because I want to do it in the regular prompt. That's kind of why that was kind of weird. It is really cool that it does ask you questions, but you probably don't want to use it for a jump off of it. So what we need to do is we need to generate spec. We are doing a feature. We're going to do TaskIQ. I need to go learn a bunch about this right now. It's exactly what I want. I can probably use Chat Ruska to give me some general information about what we want. I think I've done this before, so let me just go ahead and do a quick double check, see if I have any information in here. I think I talked about it with it. Seems like it's doing. No, I think it was under a different account. So let's just go ahead and do it this way. So we're gonna Opus up here because we want to find out our information. I could go in here and have Claude do it, but it's just a lot easier when I have my own little chat thing that I can say, hey, we need to do a bunch of research. Let's do this. And I can just load it up with files that we needed to iterate over. What are we trying to do? We are trying to add TaskIQ to the app and kick off a Ralph Wiggum loop. You know what? No, we need to probably just have this be done through proposals, and then we probably need to. Yeah, I think. Can we do that? Another feature I've done is doing a pretty. It's not going to do. I don't want to use the plan. It's not supposed to use a plan. It needs to go read through read all the quad files. I don't think that's what I'm using in another project. I don't want to do that. People probably think this is still thought this would be really exciting, but it's just programming still pretty boring. Okay. So I'm saying to you, go read the spec instead. go read the file. It does have a plan. I just don't like what it has in here, the plan. Oh, maybe I changed the plan. No, I got rid of this. I changed where the plans were. That just confuses it. And that's kind of the one thing that when you start generating a bunch of stuff, you end up having a bunch of stuff that your ideas change. So that's why if I tried to kind of go back into just generating from the spec, worrying on the spec, and then letting it kick off has been really well. It worked really well yesterday. I got like 3 or 4 things done, and I was really pretty blown away with the the product. I think I got the file system, this tree view editor done, and it's not the best, but it works pretty good for me not having to do much code. Let's see. So let's go kick it off. Feature. We are going to do a refactor single container deployment to the distributed workers with API TaskIQ API fast API. Okay. What is the issue number? Ooh, that's a good. Glad you caught me on that. It is 656. The issue is. Let me provide you the GitHub issue. Let me provide it. No issue yet. I'll just type in 656. Come on. What's going on? Let me provide it. This is another thing. It kind of seems like the Ralph loop just starts picking up. I'm sure I'm doing something. I think it's just because this file exists. Oh, you know what? I need to stop real quick. I'm on a. You know what? No. No. Oh, I am. Wow. Okay. Oops. Okay, well, we need to go clean up a work tree. This is the other part. You get kind of the caveats. You gotta get really. I wouldn't say I'm good at Git, but you have to get better. 654, I think, is what it said. And then Git branch. How to get repository. Git branch. Is it? Okay, well, I don't need it anymore, so let's just delete it. That should fix it. Git branch. That loop thing should be gone. Kind of a bummer that it's let's do this. Close the file system down. Sure. Okay. Probably gonna do that. I don't like the. I'll probably use cursor at some point. It's actually kind of useful in this whole process. Okay. I think I generated the spec. Man. Okay, man's gone. And that's why you need to generate the spec and get it going, because you gotta have some type of file that's not gonna go anywhere from a chat. In the file folder, I asked for the spec, it didn't generate it. Spec, I gotta go ask for what I want again. No, I can do. Let's do this. YOLO. We're gonna do /resume. There's gotta be a session in here. I think interrupted by user 57 seconds ago. That's the one I just did. Help you generate. Yeah, that's the one I don't want. /resume. 4 minutes ago is probably the one I want. That's it. Let me see the issue. Distribute workers TaskIQ. I'll help you create it. Is not provided. Short description. That looks all good. Try to do a stop hook. I'll use the issue 6.4. Create the spec. That sounds good. Oh, why did I click it? Continue. I think that's. Okay, so it's going to generate my spec. I think it's actually trying to. See, this is the thing with the plugin. It ends up like getting into weird. Like I'm not triggering it. I don't really know how to stop it. It's not bad, to be honest, though. Like, let's see what it says. Like, let's see what it did. Because I think it kind of goes into its own iteration. This is kind of why this loop is so interesting. Is because I ended up like just not even noticing that it was just sitting there looping for a second. And I think it went and did some more stuff on it. So we started template file. Hopefully it's not running again. Like, that was the thing. I can't even tell when it's running sometimes. I see the issue. It's already is used. Inference dictation feature. No, we stopped that. Okay, that's right. Then we had to generate the spec. That was good. Try to kick off another hook. create a spec. Something about the dictation appears to be an unrelated automated trigger. It's because this other Ralph loop is here, and that's what's sitting there. Yeah, okay, we're gonna get rid of this thing. I think that's what's like, you kind of gotta watch for this thing. I've heard people say that you want to commit it, but I don't know how that works yet. That little, the plugin piece that from Claude that how you commit to the repo is a little bit interesting. I'm not sure what to do with the file. I'm thinking you're not supposed to commit it, but if you have to delete it so it stops moving on you. Okay, so if you see that, just beware. It can be kind of annoying. Alright, so we're not in the loop anymore. We have our spec. Let's go check out what our spec says. I have it right here. Let me pull this up. We want to make this like a really actual experience that people can do. Okay, cool. So now you can see how it works. Flip back. Oh, well, I kind of want you to. There we go. Alright, so let's see what it says for our spec, because this is what we're iterating over. We want to, before implementing this feature, read. Yep, that's what I do want. Concise summary of this feature, this purpose, refactor a single container deployment architecture. User stories as a platform operator. I want to scale the processes independently. Yep, that's. As a developer, I want a background tasks to dedicated workers so that the. Yeah. I want distributed architecture so that the worker failure does. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yes. It needs to be doing test cases. I think that is part of my. Yeah, everything looks like it's good because this is the stop condition at the end of the Ralph loop, and I just appended to the end of my prompt. It gets read in, and so it makes it a lot easier just to not have to go define that every single time with Claude. So that's why I have this spec command. It allows me to generate the actual Ralph Wiggum prompt in order to kick it off and get to where we're probably 40 or 50 minutes into the dang string, and I haven't even kicked it off yet. So, but it just saves you a lot of time in the long run. Getting to know how to use this technology is kind of where you have to be. I'm using Redis. This is why I like to use Cursor. Because what I do is, now that I have a spec, I now want to use Cursor to help me build the spec, and then I'm going to use the Ralph plugin to actually do the rest. And I'll use my sub-agents during this process in order to get as much context as I need. Command builder. Probably the system architect, but I don't want to do. How old is he? How old is his docs? Yeah. Conventions, I hope it doesn't confuse it. It's not bad to have him do stuff, because it's like actually not. Prompt is actually pretty good. I need him in the context. I need the context explorer and the system architect. I need the context explorer to pass all the information to the system architect. Here, this so like. There's a code simplifier plugin. I'll have to try that one day. I'm not gonna do it today. I could use the team. I think I need to use a team for this. So I have this other prompt that essentially allows me to kick off a big time process with before Ralph, but I think this is such a big refactor that I need to have the team do it first. And then over the spec. I think we need to create a spec that's really researched from the team, and then have that influence the Ralph Wiggum loop. No, I just need to like kick it off. That's kind of the other. You gotta like pack contests. Okay, so let's kind of see Redis broker. Utilize the text Explorer. See, this is kind of what you have to end up doing in Cloud Code. Is it easy as skill or is he an agent here? Suppose an agent. That's why you can't really use this that great. This is why you end up getting a lot of terminals. Hey baby, are you? Yeah, you can bring me dinner. Did you wanna? It smells like food down there, I think. Our son sent that. Did you wanna? Good. Son. Sitting there watching Dada. Alright, I gotta kick off Ralph Wiggum loop, Sonny. Hold on to your britches. The dinner is ready. Just bring it. I'm sorry. I spent a bunch more time than I expected. I need to get better at that. I need to kick this thing off, and it's probably going to be the... it'll probably do some really good stuff, and it'll be really beneficial to me getting something done, but up here it'll be a really boring stream, but I'm going to leave it up here while we're eating dinner. I mean, I'll probably miss... Yeah, I'm going to kick this thing off, and I'm going to try to get out of here and just let it run and watch it, because that's the whole purpose. Music needs to go back. Okay. What about now? Problem is that it just like blows up. And I think it skips when it goes red. You know what? I think the way to do this is you gotta do it on your phone. That's the only way to do it. I can figure out how to do it. There we go. Testing, testing, testing. Test, test, test. I can hear it on my phone. Takes a second. It's definitely laggy. Testing 213. Testing 123. Darn. Alright, well, I guess just want to be those sessions tonight. Sorry, people. Yeah, I know. I'm trying. My phone's terrible for this. Testing. And that's what it is. Yeah, I think. Well, the problem is, I think that it like works for one person, then it doesn't work for another person, and now the sound's all messed up. And it was working probably fine before. There is an echo, and I do hear that. It's got to be the desktop audio. Oh, interesting. It's not meant to be a streamer. Where's the double mic comes from? All right. I'm taking this thing off. I'm chucking up a win tonight. This is why coders aren't streamers. But it's the thing that's causing this thing now. On Primegen, that's for sure. Use Redis. Explorer agent to research relevant context in the code base. To identify to research the code base, then identify relevant areas, to identify relevant folders and files to I need to be some ambiguous sometimes because it kind of needs to be filled out a little bit. Use the context explorer to research codebase, identify relevant folders and files needed to be refactored to for TaskIQ workers. I need to build a context about this information. So this is Thanks, babe. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, food now. Maybe I'll be a little bit better at this. Hot. I'm only really focused on the back end. We only want to focus on back end.
He's watching me downstairs.
Really?
Yeah. Hobbit popped up and he's watching me.
I don't care if he's my only. I don't care if he's my only viewer. I just got like so much more motivated. Like he's down there. That's my one. That's my one viewer right now. That's all that matters. I don't even. Dude, I don't need any more fans. Thing only fan. Only fan. Not with an S. Only fan. Hi, son. Let's go to the actual website. Like I'm kind of falling off of my own coding behaviors. I need to go. I've been going to this Rob Wiggum website. I use this to kind of get me inspired about what the prompt is I'm going to use. It's really baked into my system prompt already, but I need to kind of utilize it to kind of figure out when I'm building my strategy. Implement feature using TDD. I kind of want to use. I think this might be already in here. Failing. It's not saying that. Okay. Right, failing test for because this is the kickoff prompt for. See, it's like not. I don't know if I preempted the spec right. Like I almost feel like it's just you have a template, throw in some context, and it just has to go research. It is a refactor. Yeah, I think I just kind of go overboard by using this prompt that way too. I think we're just gonna click off the Cloud Code agent with and System Architect. Good straw walk, good. It's good straw walk. Yellow. Use that context explorer agent. Use context explorer to research the code based, and then I think I need to use the team. Like, they have to be the ones researching this spec and figuring out why we need to do this. That's why I generated this thing. This thing just kind of works without any context. It needs to read those files first, and I need to get it to do that by checking how the spec does it. Generate a feature spec. Here it is. That's what I want. That's what I want. Okay. Instead of doing it this, I need to do team. I need to update my team prompt because I haven't done that. Feature has it. Important. Critical before any action plan. Do that. Store the contents as initial report. Yeah. Use a context agent. I think we're going to use a team. We query. We need. What are the arguments for team query? Okay, cool. We need to update. Refactor the current deployment backend to be refactored to use TaskIQ for workers with Redis to stream the response of create the page in. That looks like a scam. It's on a YouTube video. I have an example repo that I did this with recently. I've gotten close to this arch before with celery. in separate repositories. Example repos. Oh, I don't even have open. Gallery worker, probably need to open source it. Oh, excuse me. Make it public. I don't like how you hit up GitHub Mobile. Boom. That's not right. Make it public so it's just easier to get this done. Are you change the visibility? Change the private. Okay, cool. Now it's public, so now you should be able to go read from it. Example repos. Agent Q, that one was pretty close. I just kind of got away from me. I like the architecture. This was more recent. Give this more weight. We should probably just weight it ourselves. Let's just do it. Let it give its own weight after it reviews it. Okay. Documentation. Core task. Task. Documentation. Task IQ. Task IQ. Okay. That gives it at least that. Constraints, I think, is what I wanted. Something like that called. Constraints, yeah, I do want these. Let's take these checklists. Okay. I probably don't want those up there. Actually, do those back. Take a lot of time just kind of getting prompt constructed. And then you kind of save a lot of time just not having to go do the coding yourself, especially with these long tasks. Documentation, here's the checklist. Like, I think the team might just go ahead and tackle the whole thing. That's kind of my workflow. So I guess I'm now getting around to it. What, an hour or two in here? My workflow is I work between, for big tasks, I work between the team and the Ralph Wiggum loop. And the team basically has a supervisor that goes ahead and generates an initial port for let's say 5 subagents, And what you do is you have it generate those subagents specifically when the task is being generated, but you don't even have them go do anything. They're just only generating plans from their own perspectives. You then have another step where you have a AI council reviews it and conforms a more master plan at the end of reviewing all of those plans. You then take that plan and you build a task list from that plan of in order to accomplish the task based on the final plan that we have. Here's the list of tasks that you need to follow along with and check off as you go along and place comments if you have anything wrong. And if something goes wrong, this is going to be used for restarting the process. And by just talking to it in that way, it will essentially scaffold things in a way to where they will run that way. I need to close this before I mess it up. And we do need to give it a set of subagents. I want to do 5 because it's going to be such a big task. The problem is this isn't even the Wiggum loop. I need to kind of cut that out too because you can't even jump ahead of yourself then. We really just want a final plan and we want it to figure it out. I think it's too much. This is kind of why it's very hard to figure out what to do. I don't even want to jump out of this thing. We might have to visit it back later, so you just kind of have to set things up in a way where you can kind of get back to them. Use the context explorer to update the exactly how it should research and complete its goal. And reach definition of done. I think that's probably something that's kind of let's just kick it off. Let's see what we get. It's been so long. Update the spec. Okay, cool. What we want is we want this thing to just take advantage of this spec and provide us a good research result compared to what we have currently. But we don't want it to alter it enough to where it's not inside of this format that we already have. Whoa, that went blurry up there. You can tell that it's already. It looks like it's researching the other code base. No. It looks like it's looking at something that was there before, but I think it's going to have to replace it. It's kind of what it's planning out. There is a scheduler in this app, but the scheduler is probably going to need to be replaced, and I haven't even thought about that. So it's really looking at the scheduler right now, and it's looking at the A2A stuff too. That's not even going to be needed. Hopefully it doesn't try to pull it into context. it needs to like do the minimal working example. Because like if it tries to get, I want to go back. I want to do this. Here, let's do this. Go YOLO. Use the Agent Explorer to update the spec in order for it to understand how to get a stable working. Use it to update the spec to outline the minimal changes in order to in order to implement minimal changes in order to get a stable minimal changes to have a stable working copy of distributed remote worker streaming with create Weave agent and TaskIQ after reviewing. That is probably really annoying to hear all that. Oh, there we go. Let's go. Now, that should be good enough. I think I pushed the changes actually for the TaskIQ stuff recently. Celery. No, it's not there. Whoopsies. Hold on. Where is it? Spot for TaskIQ. Whoops. Stop. We're going to go ahead and copy this again. We're going to log out. We're going to restart the session. I thought I have a branch for this. What's going on? I don't see any changes for that. I have TaskIQ in there. Maybe I just stopped it too early. Maybe I should just let it go. I think I did put in TaskIQ in here. No, I'm still seeing celery. Uh-oh. Did I not commit the changes? Let's go double check, shall we? Probably don't need to interfere with that terminal. Ryan eggs, celery, 2026. Nope, it's in the sandbox. Good. Celery. Yes, baby.
He just said in 20 minutes.
Okay, I'll come. I don't care. I'm the only one there, anyways. It's for me now. Yeah, I think I have stuff over here. It's just not been committed. Whoopsies. Oh, don't do that. I set up. Okay, let's check this out. Hold on. Some of the changes might be here. They're going to be anywhere. They're going to be right here. I think I started trying to do my Ralph Wiggum flip over here. I think I need to pull some of this stuff over there. But I should see changes here, I think, because I think I have TaskIQ set up on this. I think that's what I ended up doing. Task. Yeah, I think it's done. Yeah. Okay. So maybe it's just not pushed. The branch. Yeah, but I don't see the. Okay. Don't see any change. Wait a minute. Are those any? Nope. Okay. Well, let's just get pushed then. Maybe I just didn't do that. Oh. Is it on master? No, it's on develop. Oh, here it is. Huh. Three. There's just no PR for it. It looks like. Okay, let's do it this way. We're gonna go to our spec. We're gonna tell it where the and there we go. I think that should do it. Problem is it doesn't know which spec it's talking about now because it's not even highlighted at it. So I need to come in here, I need to go like this. We're now passed off the topic. We have to go make sure that it knows which spec we're talking about. I don't think it does. Is it? Spec. Yeah, like really gotta type it. Quad. Specs. Features 656. That works. And go. Whoops. I think that should work. Ugh. Code-based to understand deep agent and review the external TaskIQ implementation and update the spec. This is a pretty big task. I expect that I'll learn a lot from this, but this probably isn't going to be the only iteration. This will probably get me a really far enough branch to make up some ideas about what and how it should have been done. And we'll get lucky if this is a one shot, and it'll say something about where we're at if it is a one shot as well. To deal with the whole copyright music thing, it'd be nice to listen to some actual music that wasn't. Oh, then I ain't gotta restart every 1 hour. This is coding in 2026. I'm just leaning on a wall. Okay, looks like we're getting somewhere. I really didn't care for it to actually switch out the schedule stuff. I need to fix the schedule stuff, and I know it's going to be way better with this in there, but I know that it's going to change, and so I guess this is actually another thing, is if it does really well in doing that, I should just know. There's this, like, anxiety of thinking, like, I can get it in a one run, and you kind of just have to be iterating fast enough to have multiple runs. Like, we probably should have set up better. We tried to set up the stream. I probably could have gotten 2 of these tasks done if I wasn't trying to stream. At least 2. Okay, now we're updating the spec. It looks like it's pointing out that it does want to get rid of AP Scheduler. Looks like it's done. Let's see what we got. Important. Before implementing this, refactor the current single painter. Didn't implement much there. Did say TaskIQ Redis. That's what I want. Okay, I have the backend. I have the worker and the broker. Those look good. Run agent stream. Here's the task. The task dict. That's gonna be the scheduler, though. I don't know about that so far. That doesn't look bad. It doesn't look like it understands my chunks, though. I mean, that might. That's a bit interesting. I don't know if I know complete. This is going to be a big refactor. This changes a lot of stuff. I don't like the whole distributed. Huh. Man. Feel like sometimes you kind of gotta just gotta dive in and do it yourself. Um, have used the at system effect to review the spec. This is why you want to give it the team. I think there's a bit of this is like refining it in a few rounds to kind of get exactly what you want for your taste, and then maybe kind of having it plow through something and see if you want it to like that or not. There's a lot of it's just that you. This probably would have taken me a week or two to get done. If I can try to plow through this context, I could probably get a lot more time than I want or that I would expect back. Here's my Ralph script. I wonder if I used it. Um, Okay. Let me go back and look at that. To review the spec. Oh, God. Do I have Redis up? I'm going to need that running. I think I do. I do have Redis up. Everything needs to be TDD, and that's what I just don't see. To review the spec. No. They need to do something about that. I gotta go and do the whole thing. It's not it either. 656 distributed worker, yeah. Spec. Indeed. Finally. Okay. Now, to research the TBD scaffolding, update the spec when finished with research. Oh, this is some really good music, not people doing ads in my stream. Gotta eat the vitamins. Vitamins stuck. I don't really like it. I don't. Kind of just throwing a bunch of stuff at it now. I know it's probably going to come back with a pretty good result. But I don't want it to go off and start thinking that it needs to create endpoints that it's trying to like guard against. Like it doesn't want to overwrite them for some reason, at least, or not use the same name. Yes, baby.
It's time.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna leave you guys on pause for a second. I'm gonna let this run. I'll be back. I'm gonna go put the kiddo to sleep. Looks like, let me update the spec with this refined approach. It looks like it's gonna take a second. That's not too bad. I actually kind of like that. That's actually not that bad. So I'll be right back. food in here. All right, let's check on it. Let's see where it got. I'm gonna go run it again, and then I'm gonna go take a quick break again, come back, and let it see what it does. So let's see what we got to. What did we update the spec with? I think all the top part pretty still much stands. The task definition looks interesting. That looks like the scheduler, but it also looks like the design decision. Instead of doing this, input leverages existing threads. Yeah. Fits naturally with the existing threads. No new top level routes. Backward compatible. I like that. Fix the camera. Weird little. Maybe it'll stop getting so bad on the camera. Make it a little smaller. There we go. Just leave it there. Repeated workers. Well, that's like different too, because that's supposed to be conditionally route to distributed workers. If, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Comes in, it runs the stream, it kicks it off, it returns the ID. Thing is, I don't really, oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's fine. Bring from Reddit. It's not gonna do what I want it to do. This is a really, really difficult one. This is where you get into like you either can go do it yourself and you either figure out that AI can't do it and you're kind of at that skill issue thing, or like you either have to be good enough dev to go do it. And I could go do it. I just don't want to spend the time to go do this. I wanted to see how far I could front load this thing. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. We really need it to be able to run. Just not sure if I'm seeing like everything I want to see here yet. I don't see the TDD pieces. Oh, here they are. Yeah, are they? Where'd they go? Yeah, here they are. Okay. See, this is like what probably now make it not work is that it just doesn't even know what models are on the internet right now. It should really refrain it. I don't want it to change the type of the end goal of the stream. I think if it tries to change the output stream, have this function that handles all of this, and it really is the piece. Handle multi-mode. It's really the piece that decides. There's like, we're not allowed to really touch this. You can't just tell it that. In the spec, we need to make it clear that the stream chunk, the handle multi-mode is not to be changed. This is strict in keeping the final streaming information formatted to the lang graph spec for stream mode messages and values. I don't think this is gonna work. It doesn't understand the context of what gets streamed out unless I went and gave it the actual logs, and I can do that if I have any. I think I might have cut those off. I do. Okay. You can review to understand the output structure. Review the latest files in at logs. Is it in the backend? Backend logs. look at both OpenAI and Anthropic's Google. These are what are output by the log to file function. That might work. That might give it enough information to say. I think that might give it enough information to know what the outputs were coming out of previously. Because these are just logs, and this is exactly what comes out of my API. So if it reads these to some extent, it might just get how the actual responses are coming out enough. Now I understand the output structure. Okay. It seems like it read a few of them. Now let me update to use the definition to use multi-mode. Like if I can just pad a bunch of tests around these couple components, like that makes such a more robust system in general. But these two have to be really right. I think the thing I'm gonna. Oh man, that's just blurry. I think the thing I'm gonna make it do is do a. I just take out auto frame. You see me down here? Good. Now it won't get blurry. I'm like way. Oh, this needs to be pulled. This needs to be pulled. There we go. I think we're going to have to. I think we're gonna need to have it generate a mermaid diagram that we can know that it's like what it's actually doing is the system architecture. Phase 1, verifying. Please incorporate a mermaid diagram that outlines the final architecture. You need an ASCII. I don't care. ASCII can be fine too. I think mermaid diagram just gives me a better result. Exactly. Please incorporate a mermaid diagram that outlines the final architecture exactly. Oh, you have to ask it for more than one. I probably should have said mermaid diagrams. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go let this thing run for a second. I think I got the mermaid diagram. I kind of want to read this because I need to know what we're trying to align on. Is it? Saint wrote one. Where's the diagram? Dream chunk. There we go. Okay. Let's go take this over to the mermaid diagram thingy. I can do it over here at Ruska too. So let's just go to chat. Ruska. Open file. Diagram. This is another thing I built into here, but I love this one feature actually a lot. See if it's broken. Oh, it actually worked, but I can't see it very well. But we know that it worked. So that's the downfall. I need to go fix that. Yeah, we can look at it over here. Run a stream. Generate. Generate the application flow diagram as well. Format message, JSON, xadd, output stream, valid chunk. Yeah, I get that part, but that's not actually what we're trying to. That's not where we're trying to do a TDD for. There we go. That's what I wanted. That'll give me a pretty good. Yeah, see, now we're getting more things here. Okay, so we got a few of these. Let's go look at this one. So we got this one. Can I get another one? Can I go get another? Oh, wow. That's another one too. Got worker layers, TaskIQ worker. That looks good. Is there a dark mode? I thought there was. Here it is. Hard to see, but whatever. Tab. Go here again. Go here again. Let's go get a new one. Oh, that was that one. Let's see the service topology. Is there a mermaid diagram thing? Let's just go see if there's an extension for it. There's gotta be one. Extensions from mermaid. Oh, I think I have it. Mermaid. Okay, well, maybe I just need to run it. I'm an idiot. Okay. Environment configuration, distributed workers. That'll be cool if it keeps it backwards compatible. Final architecture. This is broken. LLM stream. Distributed workers equals true. Okay, cool. I like that. Gives you the ID. You then take the ID. You then take that. This looks like a pretty good spec. think we're going to be okay. This looks pretty good so far. Yeah, I mean, I think we can just go ahead and Wiggum it. I don't know how much better we're going to get. It's got a pretty good amount of context here we're trying to go for. Yeah, I mean, I think we're good. Let's go. I'm going to set this up with 100, though. You're going to let this just kind of cook. I want to let this thing kind of see if it either hits a wall or not. So let's go give it 200. I don't know how long this is going to take. It'll be interesting to see the result. What branch am I on? We'll definitely need branch for this thing. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. 656. Hit checkout. Beat. 656. Refactor. Distro workers. This is called distro workers. Workers, TaskIQ. Bash backend, change log, git commit, git init, git push. Things a git PR create. One committed changes. Okay, I got some changes you want me to commit. The change log didn't get done. Change log. Okay. I think we should be good to go. This thing's pretty much prepped to be on its own branch into Wiggum. I think we're ready for a Wiggum. We updated the bottom to be done. Done is a completion promise. Yeah, I think that will be okay. All right, let's Wiggum. We're just gonna sit back and I'm gonna kind of watch the rest of the night. I'll try to sit here and human on the loop it like Jeff says. What's for you, Jeff? All right, Ralph. And let's Wiggum. Where you at? I gotta go figure out where you at, huh? Because you ain't gonna tell me where you at. Quad specs that. There we go. And let's Wiggum, baby. There's the beginning of the Wiggum. Iteration 1. I'm curious how long it's going to take. So we started at 7, probably. Is it kind of testing? Testing. Well, while it's wigguming, I'm going to probably try to do some sound checks, so I apologize if anybody is still hanging around. See it working over here on the right side. Not using right inv. Looks like it's doing the tests correctly. I can see that it's actually pulling. This is what I was talking about in the beginning with regards to making sure. I don't think you can hear me for anything. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, sound's been fine the whole time. Testing. Test. That's fine. Oh, I can actually see that there's actually volume coming through. Stand on. All right, I think I'm gonna go take a quick break. Let this thing run. What phase is it in? It's doing something. I'll be back. Usually this is the time when you get another Ralph loop going. You gotta get the Kanban going. Where's this thing at? I can pull a terminal open so we can watch what it's doing. Oh shoot, do I not have one open? No, I have it open. It's right here. But it's not running anything against the server. So probably not much to see. Run tests. So I guess we can kind of think about getting the next thing going. I don't really want to kill this thing from going. I would like to leave this one going, so I'm going to pull open another terminal. So let's pull this over here. We can watch this going here. What we want to do is just figure out what is the next thing on the agenda that we can front load. I don't know why this thing's opening up so wide. Okay. Go check the issues. I know that they're not there. I know I have another thing on a to-do list for sticky notes. We have the Kanban board, which is probably the most achievable thing that we probably should have gone with. That's probably what I should have gone with on the stream. All good. Let's see if we can do this one. Let's see Kanban board. We like, problem is I don't know how to configure these agents to be in a Kanban state yet. Like, what makes them be starting processing done or idle processing done, because that's basically the three states we need to go between. Like, it's gonna be idle after it's done, and done can remain for a second, right? No, not even that. Probably don't want. See, this is why we had to kind of start with this, because now we even have the spot that's done, but we're gonna have to output. We're gonna have to output in the stream the states, idle process, or idle stream done. Okay, we have something. So that was fast. Okay, let's see what we get. Let's review this code. This is the part about being a developer. If you can't do this part, then you might not be cut out for this. And hey, sometimes I get caught up doing this too, so it's really just about taking your time. There's not like a one-size solution fits all. I think I'm gonna need to sit down though. Oh man. No. Kind of too fast to be fun. Fun to watch. Like, I think people, there's some days where you do get to where you're like a bunch of terminal windows around, but those are usually like mania days. You find out something new and you're like, oh my gosh, I gotta figure out how to flex the system. And then you kind of go, all right, too much flexing. See, and this is why the team is almost good, because you get a task list as an output of this. And with Ralph, you really need to just define it. It's like you could do a team as Ralph, but I don't know. It seems a little. It's probably the way to do it. I probably gotta test that out. Oh man! All right, so let's see. What tests do you have to do? Okay, so what? Can you tell me some tests that I can run? Let's see how it works. When distributed workers. So really, I can break this out. I'm gonna just like view it. Let's do this. All test paths. It's our handy dandy Ruska. Ruska. Distributed workers. I'm gonna go to. I don't know why there's so much screen. There. See that it's a few times other places. I do see that it's saying it needs to be. Okay, so I need to go add it to the new file. That far, I just need to do. Another good feature of the everything's been moved down to project repo is that maintaining secrets coming up inside of the stream is a lot less problem. So I think that's the topic of the stream. Put your secrets somewhere else, bros and girls. Just don't put your secrets in development anymore. What was I looking for again? Oh, I gotta add something. Distributed workers true. I don't know where it should be added. Probably under an application setting for now. There you go, there you go. I think that's fine. Okay. Now, where's the other terminal? Here. There you are. Okay, I'm taking you back. Gonna restart this one. Okay. Whoops. No module. That's interesting. See, now we're getting into where we need to go debug. Let's do this over here. Let's make this fun. So we need to double check on what's going on with the back end. So let's start it. It was usually running a second ago. It's not doing it anymore. It seems like it's not liking an update. But that's normal. But is this everything not synced? There's something. Okay. Does not match. Okay. Then let's deactivate. And we will do this one. Then renew another one. Whoopsies, that's not what I want to do. Uh-oh, it doesn't like that. It doesn't like it. And we'll exit. What happened over here? What was we doing? Some FOD stuff, obviously. So, exit. Okay, UV sync. That was funky. I must have it. Yeah, I must have it in the main dev command. Okay, well then everything should try to boot. Yeah. But we don't have a worker. It didn't say anything about the worker. Okay, when should enqueues a task queue and returns worker processes the task. What do you mean? Is there not a dedicated worker? I see workers. Okay. Okay. Doesn't look too bad. But how do I start the app? That's kind of what I need to ask it. Like I think I could. I want to write. I want to run the app. I believe you have the tests. That's kind of what I have to say. Or I should go run the tests. Let's try to do that real quick. Let's see if we can get some tests running. I don't really understand which ones it created. Back in. Tests for the orders. I see integration, distributed stream. Okay, we're gonna get. Okay, so what? Okay, let's do it this way. Let's just ask it. Please provide instruction running the app. With 2 workers. Girl examples for workflow to query a thread. See, it doesn't have checkpoints. That's the hard part about this architecture is that now I have to also incorporate checkpointing, and I just haven't seen anybody do it. Like I gotta really go through lane chains thing. That's not. I don't need to do that. Like I can return as much as I can, but that's about as I can. It's about as much as I can. Early examples for workflow on how to query a thread. This demonstrates functionality and its improvements. Previous iteration. Then have to. Let's see what it gets. I think context is probably getting pretty full. How many iterations did it take? One iteration. Really? Let's see. Run app. Now compose. I already have those running. Redis is already running. This is already in the file. Start 2 queue workers. Okay, this is where we were trying to get to. Okay, so team XLS. That's a different distro agent. Ooh, Ralph public agent. What was that? Need to check that out. Teamworks new. Search. Orchestra workers. Oops. Okay, so now we go into okay, so go to backend. Activate. Set the end. Start worker 1. I don't see anything that delineates between worker 1 and worker 2. Get myself off. All right, well, let's run it. I think it just means something's not right. Yeah, see, this is why I don't have a good enough harness around this thing. That's why the team ends up doing better. Package. What is this? Argument. Fast MCP. Ooh. Worker dead. See, I don't like this. It's not segmenting. Yeah, I think they need to go do something differently. I think the workers need to be in their own folder. They need to have their own dependencies. None of that is in my library, so it's I have to go track down why these two. It doesn't seem like it's the problem with the library per se. It just seems that this was not a great Wiggum task. But this is probably because this is a really difficult one to do Wiggum with. I think this is just a state of where we're at, unless you have a team of people pretty much coding around this. Better environment to test. Well, this is a really hard thing to test with. You have to build the environment around that in order for it to have the success. I mean, I think I've learned a lot in doing that. This is really difficult. Let's see what we get when we pass it in. I don't think it should really have broken out. But I think if we kick it back off, it should get back in the loop. Putting the exit in. Oh, wait a minute. Why is it is scanning the directory and finding unrelated task files? Let me try to fix the worker command. Let's see. Now we're still in the same folder. Let's just rerun this for the hell of it. And it looks like it just tries to take off that single one. Looks better. Let's check it somewhere. This looks good. Let's start up the other worker. Okay. We're in the other terminal. Where'd you go? Start the other worker, same thing. Okay. Now we have two workers. It's almost like it's got four. Okay. So the broker path tells TaskIQ where to find the broker and to register to FS necessary. Alternative. Figure if you want to use FS in the future, create task config. Okay, well, we don't need it for now. Then run with. Okay, so it works. Now what? So I think we have to go back up. And I think I might just stay in this conversation since it's just so much newer. We need a key. The key local. The front end is not running. That's weird. What's going on, man? There you go. Oh, this is probably gonna be broken. It's not gonna run. Well, no, it didn't change a lot, right? It changed the streaming ones. Something broken. I mean, I don't think I am running the back end. Virtual env does not match. Oh, this one does need to be deactivated. Okay. Like that. And we should be able to go to the front. Hopefully not get many errors. Okay. So we need a token. Test. Not lose this. Looking token. We need to construct some queries. Let's get our terminal. Where you at? Huh. There it is. Okay. I guess we want to do this up here. And we'll put in another one. We'll go to the same folder. Deactivated it anyways. And let's ask for those commands. What did you have them at? 50s. Okay, here you go. You know the API. Okay, you just want me. That's a good idea. But we're doing this all the way up here. Okay, cool. It's fun. How far off? Okay, cool. Starts all that, did all that. Those are the tests. Here's the starts the workers. We already done that. Oh, start over there. I think we have it. It's in the file. Let me double check. What did I run doing that? Wait a minute. Hat. Orchestra. Distra. Yeah, it's there. Okay, let's go ahead and run. Oh, interesting. It said to do these. That would have been cool. Yeah, I guess it created a Docker file for it. I don't see one. Seems like it's just going to use the same Docker file. It just creates isolated environments. Okay, well, then it's saying that it gives me a submit the task non-blocking, distributed mode, sync. Same previous behavior, single blocking request. That's kind of cool. Because that stays intact. I don't know about that. That looks like it is a, that's not what it's returned. See, it seems like it says it's going to start streaming out data. And instead, it looks like I get the distributed response. Unless it's just saying, oh, maybe it's just saying that this was distributed. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Okay. And this must be because I have that enabled. So, did I see anything? Ooh, I wasn't paying attention. Okay. I'm gonna move this up here. We're gonna get the workers down here. I need to have this down there. Oh, it does look like it ran. I mean, it seems like it's running. Distributed agent task completed for thread. Who won the 2001 World Series? That's my gold standard answer. Who won the 2001 World Series? The boys, Diamondbacks. It's already answered. Probably just so used to me asking that question. I don't see the. There, oh, there it is. Interesting. You've done that fast. That's why I like the GT41, man. If you can get the prompting right, it's not that bad a model. Okay, so the thing is now it's being retained. I'm really kneecapped by some of this these days. I think the workflow step. So I'm gonna ask it just for building a script for this. And yeah. Oh, probably gonna go ask the actual prod one. What is it? Markdown? Yeah. Stream.md. Build a bash script. Save stream md save to file. We go. Yeah, that's because the bug. Okay, I know. That bug's still in that environment. Dang it. And I just altered the local. That's fine. Just can't be. I can't be. Well, look cool. Concise. One. No. Provide a script that is. Hopefully, it understands the context. I think so. Yeah, I just need that bottom part, I think. Yeah, I don't need all that up top. I just need this. More concise. More concise. Needs to be single command. Interesting. I guess that's might work. Query. Okay. Let's check it out. Yeah, it doesn't like that. It didn't like it. I don't see. Even ChatGPT can't do it, and I mean that's my fault. I'm having the skill issue right now. Just takes too much time to have to go through that terminal. You can do it. Let's just stop being so lazy. Oh, now I lost my train of thought. There we go. Grab you. Put there. Whoops. Put there. I gotta go get the. And now we. Interesting. Body field required. Um, That's part of the stuff I need to add to my harness is that it needs to test these curl commands itself. Like that, you can't really get past the curl commands. API is it not? Hold on. Hold on. It is running. It's just not there. Yeah. Yeah, it was running the whole time. Either runners going. Now it needs to figure itself out. And this is how they have to work. Like this. There's no point in having them really. I don't even know if there's how much there is to having them do the much tests. If you can have them just work off curl commands, it seems like it's more rigid. You say, hey, you've got to start at the curl commands and work backwards. It's just getting too diluted now. It's not going to be worth a good run. Doing some weird stuff. Using curl. Let me check out again an option dependency that may be causing the issue. Well, I could have given you an API key. Okay, now if we get an API key. Both endpoints were the response was hello for their friend. Jeez. Um, okay, so it looks like it finished. It looks like the key helped. Validate the instructions. Okay, so let's now see where we get. It looks like that was the other worker. It looked like it just processed on the other worker. So there's the logs. Distributed worker. Yep, okay. So let's process this. Say hello in 3 words. No. I really would like a single script. Let's just at least put a notepad together. Oops. Don't need a calculator. I do need a handy dandy notepad. Just take all this. And don't need these middle things. And we will go worker, give me the ID. Oops, I just gotta get used to schema copy. Add the ID. Oh, you took my key and didn't give it back to me. Interesting. I didn't use a key though, so maybe I'm just good. I need to check it with the key because it seems like maybe I might get in trouble there. Yeah, no, it worked. Interesting. I mean, that seems to have worked. I mean, seems. I mean, it seems like it's working. Okay. Cool. I can run it again too. And it's just super fast. Whoops. Oh, it ran again. Probably ran a couple times. Because I ran it that twice, maybe a few times. But this, you can see, doesn't keep running, but you can see that it runs here. So let me stop this one. Let me put another one here. Now we can go Ruska, orchestra, backend, stores, dev. Now we can see all of them. You can see it hits the API and it doesn't hit the workers. And when we do hit the post command, it does hit the workers. So this does look good. And it honestly handles perfectly in the mode of So there's the new one going, and I need to go fill out the thread, but it should be the new thread now. I don't need that. I just need this. Now I fetch it. Cool. I mean, that seems to work, but okay. So the next step we need to do. Complete workflow script. Oh, great. Okay, let's do this. Let's make this nice and pretty. We should just make this into a script. Scripts. Stream.sh. We'll just take all of this. And we will add the API key. Where did it go? I don't know. There it is. Get rid of that. We don't need that. Cool. All right, let's get this out of here. Let's exit this one. Please exit. So we'll give these more space and we'll put another one down here. So now it's worker, worker, server. And then orchestra, backend, source, and activate. Okay, and then we can go ash scripts stream. Yeah, that worked. Cool. Says here's the task queued. Go fetch it. Oh, it's good. Wow. Dude, that's nice. So we'll do this now. We'll do like. Alright, guess I can just do that. Can I do that? It's not gonna like that very much, but let's try. Who? Oh, I gotta do a string. Who won the one? Yeah, it looks like it worked. Wow. Yeah, that works great. That was not. That probably take me a week. That would took me a week before, at least. And I just did it in 2 or 3 hours, probably longer than that. Yeah, wow. We just went from single container architecture to distributed architecture. Distributed architecture. That's pretty cool. That means that things are going to run a lot smoother and be a lot more reliable. And that's always a good thing. Look at that speed, man. This is going to be so nice. Like, this might be the thing that actually, like, makes it fun. Because sometimes it gets bogged down, and I think it's really just because things are getting caught up, or there's leak or something. And I think that this isolates things well. Now I gotta figure out how to deploy it, because that's going to be different. So we're going to have to do front end changes and deployment change it. I think that's what we'll do next. We'll do the front end. I need to get the spec. Everything works correctly. I've ran all of those. I bet the tests are working. Let's run the tests. Fail. It's got to be because it's already running now. It probably is like, yo, you can't be running the tests. No, let's just. Interesting. Oh, because why though? Is that with? Um, Man, I hope he doesn't try to compact on me because I think we're getting into the end right here. I don't want to context. How much context do we have? Well, it seems like we're okay. Okay. We're gonna jump out of here and we're gonna jump back in so we don't have to see this context. I don't like how they do that. It's kind of weird. Resume. It's this top one. What? They include that in the sentence? Or in the messages? That's dumb. That's like it's such a pollutes it. Restore the code. This session is continued. Okay, continue. No code changes. What was right before? Okay, I guess that's what it's asking me. So I did context. Changes. I don't see where that says. Seems like it's really far up here. There's an error. Restore conversation. Whoa. Yeah. I like that. Cool. Well, now I learned how to use that. Excuse me. All right, I muted it. Got the following errors. Been running pigs at my test myself. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, pro commands appeared to work. You see how many files it's going through. See, like, this is a lot. I mean, this is a lot of work. This is definitely. I would have never been able to write all these tests myself. To be honest, yeah, I'm not going to go look through all of these, but I'm pretty sure a lot of them are necessary. Sync mode directly. Cool, so now we should be able to run the tests. Yep, cool. Tests are fixed. We're gonna merge this in. We're gonna get the next. Okay, so this gets us. We're gonna spec out the front end changes now. Interesting. I guess the question is like, just how is the interface any broken? Like, it seems like it's not. It seems like it did it perfect. Like, great. Like, what the heck? Oh, I'm not running it. Seems like it's picking up a bunch of stuff that it did from the server, which is kind of cool. Because it seems like it just like had messages there that it had to go pick up. Everything seemed to work great. I mean, I need to go run it now, and that'll be the actual big question. So let's go figure that out. So we think we like all of these files. Let me just make sure there's nothing that's out of whack. I mean, one iteration. That's what it says, man. So that seems like it's just like the good spec, maybe? Like I was completely not get offshore user from token. Interesting. Um, I yeah, I was kind of doubting the spec there for a minute, and now kind of thinking that it might have worked fine. Workers, that's interesting. I just outputs like the just kind of consolidate everything there. Interesting. I mean, I think like it worked. I mean, the output is exactly what I wanted, so that's perfect. Okay, let's save this. We're gonna go here, go to our console, zoom in a little bit for everybody. Let's see, we have one worker there. Worker server. Get branch, get add all, get commit, test pass, curl, commands, check out. Check out. I should probably. Oh, you know what? Please update the everything appears to check to look good. Please update the spec with your reflections based on my feedback along the way. So, the whole goal is now that I can form a full picture for the front end spec. And I do want to go check out the spec. I don't really see it though. Where'd it go? Fun. Specs. Spec. Oh, I got the glasses on. I can't see nothing. Worker discovery error. We hit that. Yep, that's what I asked for. Resolution. Yep. Corrected command. Get authentication dependency endpoint, but requires a body parameter. Resolution. Yes, baby. I'm still on. I mean, I'm done now. I'm just kind of talking to myself. What, baby?
Industry's on.
I don't care. That shit was terrible. Give me my ice cream.
No.
Alright, well. Alright, well, I'm checking out then, I guess. I'll see you guys later. Thanks, Sunny, for watching.
Are you eating a whole pint?
I'm not gonna say that on a live stream.
There's my answer.
Alright. Later, guys. Alright, where do I get it?